Evening all. How are we all? All doing well, I assume? It's very hot here. Both doors open, a fan blowing on me, and it's still too hot. Yes, soon is now. Do I detect a Spaceballs reference there? Did you see they're making Spaceballs too? Very excited for that. I do, AJ, yes. I have Black Cherry, Kraken, and Dr. Pepper, which is an amazing mix. It's too hot for tea, otherwise I'd have tea. Yeah, Black Cherry, Kraken rum, and Dr. Pepper go together really, really well. Like the rum, yeah. It's got some of the same people in it, Anasi, so hopefully they'll do it justice. I mean, Spaceballs was a classic. I grew up loving that, so hopefully Spaceballs 2 will be just as good. But I will prepare myself for disappointment, let's put it that way. I don't know that I have actually, David. It seems like one of those things that like someone should probably have tried in their life at some point, but I don't remember ever trying it. And we do have plaid in the game. There is an effect for it. That's going to be a 1st of April Easter egg. So, what have I been doing since the last stream? Well, if I go to Mini-Me, I've been working on the ceiling panels for the McGillan. This is part of our roadmap for this current patch. I have 12 panels to do, and there are 7 panels that are on the go in parallel at the moment. So what I'm doing is first of all, I'm doing the metal bit that goes above it all. Then I'm doing the wooden bit. As you can see, that one is the one I'm currently doing. That's the one I just did. And then after I've done the wooden bit, I'm then doing the white surroundy bits. Oops. And then finally, I'm doing the lighting panel in the middle. So they're a slightly different design from what we've currently got on the ship, which don't have any visible wood. But I wanted to just bring out some of the wood in the panel to kind of match the general aesthetic of the visible wood on the other wall panels. So I've made it more of a separate lighting panel that's attached to the ceiling panel, rather than having it as all one unit. A bit like how the blue LED strips are like attached to the grating there. So it's slightly different design, but yes, I'm rolling these out ship-wide on the McGillan, and I'm doing it all at once rather than one panel at a time. So when it comes to looking at the roadmap, it'll go from like 12 panels needed, then immediately to 0, because I'll just do them all at once. It's just quicker to do it like a production line. Just do all of the panels in sections all at once. I find it quicker that way anyway. But tonight we won't be working on that. We will be working on the Caravella. That sounds like an advertisement for us to do exactly that thing. Yes, CSI, I have backed up the templates, so it should make the whole thing a lot quicker. So I don't think I did anything after the last stream, particularly. I was looking at the geometry for the bridge dome, just to see where we're going to start cutting some windows through. I really wanted to have it so we had equally sized windows going all the way around with the same shape, but the issue we have is that the hull contours outward there, but on this side it's actually concaved. So we've got slightly different profiles as you go around, mostly because obviously that section of the hull is higher than this section, and that curve kind of comes down at an angle. So I might just have to cut the windows to be the same width but have a slightly different profile as they go around, which isn't the end of the world, but less than optimal. I will try cutting them through the existing geometry. Obviously there's a bunch of cleanup that needs to happen here because, where we've done a cleanup function on it, it's removed a bunch of the triangulation that would otherwise have been there from the subdivision. But I think we'll be alright. If not, then what I'll do is I'll model the bridge windows on the sub D mesh and subdivide it with the windows as part of the geometry. It will make this mesh a lot more complicated if I do that. So I'm hoping I can just cut it through here, but we will see. Don't know yet, Anassi. We'll figure that out when we get to it. So with each patch that we release, we want to do some new feature in the galaxy, some new bit of gameplay, some existing feature polished or enhanced in some way, and then something new on the McGillan, so that every time we release a patch, we're progressing the McGillan interior to some extent. So, like for 226, we've got White Dwarfs are going to be the new addition in the galaxy. Gameplay is VR. Polish, I can't remember what we were doing for that. And then the new things on the ship are going to be all the new ceiling panels. Oh, the graphics options, that was the polish. So, yeah, the polish and the update was in enhanced graphics options. So we're trying to stick to those 4s for every patch. So you can be sure that every single patch we release is going to include some of the McGillan's interior. So at some point, the interior panels on engineering will be one of those things. But we try to keep it relevant wherever possible. So, right, so let's take a quick look at where we were. Let's get rid of all that a minute. So we were working on deck 4 for these 3 sections. We had the outer skin done across there. Oh yeah, and then we're doing these windows. Let me turn off hidden objects. I might, in the long run, make these windows smaller, because looking at the size of those windows versus kind of the size of the ship, they might be a little bit on the big side. I'll leave them like this for now, but I might scale them back just a bit. And I think on the inside, we'll take the floor up to maybe here with a slight slope, and then we'll have some kind of a handrail that sticks out so that you can lean over the windows but not actually step onto the glass. Not that it's glass, but... Right, so we had those bits done, and then we had the top sections done. So we need to do the lower bit of sheet metal for that one and that one. grey. Then we've got a sheet metal for all of them, so that's fine. Just going to go through the stack from deck 4 up just to make sure we've got all the layers sorted. So those two need just some additional bits. So if we copy that down, should be, I think, 47.5. Should take us to there. Yep. So that's our cavity between decks, and then we just need to cut that to shape. If we remove that from the layer a minute, let's get rid of that. That. There we go. No, I haven't looked at the hull alloy yet. I will do at some point. It's just there's a lot of other things I need to get done before I kind of spend time looking at that. As always, my available time is small. Can go into there, so that's part of our top section. Then we need to do the same for this one. So we'll take the sheet metal bit. Move it down 47.5, and then we can do our intersect. With the whole model. Yeah, I don't think it actually has a dark mode. And more's the pity, because I would definitely appreciate a dark mode because it is crazy bright. I mean, you can adjust like the background. So on, where are we? Styles. Environment. There is a way of changing this background. It's darker, whether that helps or not. Shame there's no spacey one. Camera's stuck. Oh. And slightly less garish on the eyes. Right, so that's basically forming our ceilings. So when it comes to the actual height of the room, this is the room height. So as you can see, it's a reasonably low ceiling. I mean, it's not low in the sense that it's like lower than a typical house ceiling. I mean, there's still a lot of headroom there. It just kind of feels low. Like once we draw the walls in, that's kind of what we're looking at size-wise for the room. So we're not going to have any large trees or anything in here. It's just going to have to be farming units, floor to ceiling. No worries. Yeah, as Claire's just pointed out, this particular ship will be our first paid vessel, because we need some form of reliable, ongoing income for the studio. Otherwise, the pot will runneth dry. Right, so we've got our sheet metal, we've got ceiling. So we have the walls for deck 3. Only people that haven't bought the lifetime pass. So if you have got the lifetime content pass, then you will get it for free, as with every ship that we release. I'm thinking probably around $14.99 English pounds. What we'll be doing with all of the ships is that we'll look at how long they actually took to develop. So the nice thing with doing it on stream is we have an exact figure, like down to an individual hour, as for how long it took to build, and then we'll look at the amount of hours that we put into it, and then kind of determine the price from there. It seems the fairest way of doing it. So something like a shuttle, which will be finished relatively quickly, will probably be less than a $5, whereas something like mid-range like this, we're probably looking at about 15, and then something much bigger will obviously be more than that. We don't want to charge silly prices, but obviously we need to balance the needs of the studio with with my penchant for just giving things away. I'm always causing Claire headaches with that. She's like, stop giving stuff away all the time. I just can't help it. Right, so that should give us our 50 centimeter safe zone, basically, for the corner, so that we can get our corner panel in. Which means we'll have a smaller panel there, and that should be 50 there as well. 36. Why is that not 50? Should be 50. Actually, it should be 50 from there. Although, saying that, technically we don't need bulkheads here, so... Oh, is that because I just drew that in there? It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There we go, makes more sense. So yeah, we'll keep that particular bulkhead there. Right, so then we've got basically bulkheads where we have a join between the framework blocks. That kind of makes more sense structurally. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's we'll have a whole bunch of ships eventually, and shuttles and things, and ground vehicles and all sorts of stuff. But again, we'll have the price reflect the time it took to build it. So again, for the top section here, we need the ceiling. And for that, we can basically use that bit. Although, looks like we already are. It's just on the wrong layer. This one's a slightly awkward one from a structural perspective, because we don't have any like sheet metal going across the top, so structurally it doesn't have that top support. Obviously, once we put the skin on and the sheet metal on top, there'll be some structural support, but it's still going to be an open cavity until the the next deck is added. Once we add the like the flooring and everything in here, I'll see if I can add a bit more structural support to this section, so that it's not quite as flappy. Don't want any flappy bits around the edges. Did I do... No, I didn't. Okay, so we have to grab that, and we'll just copy that over. It should be the same, other than requiring the hole in the middle. For that, I will just copy this one. Again, we're building the ship in layers as we go up. So now we need to do the top section there. And again, we won't be able to copy this one, just to make life a bit easier. Check that it joins there. Extends the right amount there. Same on this one. Then we can grab both of those, stick it on there. Sheet metal. top section, so that can go in there. Copy that one down. Makes our ceiling. Let's make sure it all lines up. So when it comes to this bit, this is going to be a lift here. So I think, well, for a start, we need to move that bit because that doesn't need to be a bit that sticks out. Same there. It's sort of a spiral, it's more of an opposing staircase. It's not a full spiral. We'll have stairs one side, lift going up the other. Yeah, with the way we build ships in this game, it's very difficult to provide any kind of ship building tools for the player because there's just so much complexity behind it all. Like, you know, with every, like just with the reactor, you've got like hundreds of different pipes and cables just to wire up the reactor with all the consumables it needs. So to make that something that players have to deal with, we'd have to build all of the tooling and everything that goes with that. So if at any point in the future we do any kind of player-made construction, is going to have to be a modular-based affair where we do like an array of different predefined chassis, and those chassis will have things like a reactor built in. So you'll have like a class 1 chassis that will have a class 1 reactor and just the basic framework. And then what you do is then you just bolt on bits of ship, which are predefined, like prefabricated pieces of ship that have all the connection points for pipes and cables in place. So you're basically slotting together pieces where all the pipes and cables already line up. So you're never having to worry about things like the light's not working in this section because the power cables don't line up. So a modular based system is probably the only way we could do it. And that would probably be a DLC in its own right. Yeah, like Starfield, only with actual simulated hardware and stuff. And that's why it would have to be like Starfield, so that we know that piece A is always going to work with piece B. Right, so to make sure we do the surrounding bit for that, so we need to take that circle. Guess we'll only go 5 centimeters out because we're quite close to the wall. So take a copy of that. Then we'll do the same here. Make sure we've got all the edges. Copy that, remove it from there. Paste it on there. And extrude. Make sure they're the same height. I didn't realise they were not grouped up already. That's a minor inconvenience. Sure these are all part of the same group, otherwise they'll interfere with each other. doing this, isn't there? Here, do them all at once. We're starting to see the actual framework structure starting to take shape now. And then wherever we have to punch a hole through it, we'll add just an offset surround piece. And then we'll attach all of our like horizontal support bracing to that, just to create that solid structure. And again, this is the cavity that all the like ceiling gubbins will run through. So once we start punching holes through here, that's where you'll see things like the HVAC conduits running through the middle there above the corridor. This side seems to be missing its walls. undecided as to how I prefer that, to be honest. I mean, having the additional support running through there is a bit of an overkill, but it does cap what's underneath. So if we're thinking about like vertical stress going down through the ship, then I guess we don't have one there. Because anywhere where we have like a load-bearing wall, we want it to be supported underneath as well. So like here, this is supported by what's underneath directly, whereas here, not quite so much. That is set back further, so perhaps that's all right. Let's see once we do all of it. Try to get the right spacing. Okay, so that's the support for the corridor. We could add some additional horizontal support through there as well, which I think I probably will. And we'll use the same ones there. We'll do a similar thing here, except that we will have to chop them because of the ring. Okay. Tempted to start exploding these blocks into their own separate layers, but I'm better off doing it over here because I'll lose the component if I do that. So if we get rid of, yeah, that was part of that. So get rid of that for a minute, and then we shall get rid of that for a minute. Explode those. So they're all their own separate pieces now. And then we just need to make sure that we still have our various layers. So that should be a component. Should that. As should that. So these will be what we actually export. Yeah, there's a few here which are on the wrong layers. So you are deck 3 top. So are you. Deck 3 walls. So that and that all kind of need to be grouped up together. And ideally that needs to go into that group. As does that one. So your deck 4 frame walls, and then none of you Need to be anything. So what's up there? Sorry, I missed the question about load bearing. Yeah, so the artificial gravity on the ship is on a deck per deck basis. We were going to have a single gravity generating grid that created gravity for the whole ship. And I kind of visualized that a bit like the magnetic field lines on a magnet. But where we have things like the McGillan, where we've got the vertical keel fin, that doesn't work because the keel fin would then be upside down in terms of the gravity. So I decided to go with just using the deck cavities to have like a gravity grid, which is essentially a similar component to the FTL field coils. So it's the same kind of mineral, which greatly sort of exponentially increases the return on energy for the whole mass energy conversion, so that you don't need as much energy in those coils to create the same amount of virtual mass, which means creating gravity is more energy efficient. So if we have these like coils underneath all the floorboards, then we can create gravity on a per deck basis. So then what that means is the decks above are all being pulled down. So you have a vertical gravity situation, the same as say on Earth. So the physical support structure on the ship needs to support verticalized gravity, which is why we're building it somewhat like a building or a naval vessel, where we've got a lot of vertical support to support that vertical gravity direction. Right, so we've got two nicely exportable chunks there. And I'll actually I shall block this one off because this is the end section. And then we'll cut the door hole on this one. Might need to do a little bit of fudging here slightly to make sure that the floor height remains level. It's only a difference of literally 5mm, so we're not going to notice if we smooth that off to get rid of the curve a little bit. What's 5mm between friends, eh? So that would be one block that we spit out of a construction yard. Right, and the same thing here. So that's going to need chopping. So that and that go onto that layer. Or not. Oh, I see that mirrored. Okay, so that can get grouped. And made into a component. And then everything there can be untagged. And then that is deck 4 frame walls. Okay, yeah, so both of these need slicing. Which I shall do in a mo. So we need to draw the door frame there. And also there. We also need widening as well. What's going on there? Oh, of course. It's only half a piece, so it's not going to join up. More like it. Right, this is going to be the door into engineering here. So this is like the main engineering entrance. So 200, 100. 100 and join it up. And we'll do the same thing here as well. So all the doors on this ship are basically 2 meters tall, 2 meters wide, unless they are like for crew quarters and things, in which case they're a bit smaller, but they're quite big doorways on the grand scheme of things. Let's just make sure that's copied over there, which means we don't need that anymore. Just going to fix the bit that's sticking out over the top that shouldn't be. So that's basically our outer hull cavity around the outside. Obviously that one needs thickening up yet. But that should give you an idea of what it's going to look like. And then we'll do the same on this one. Okay, all done. Right, so that's our deck 4 wall blocks done. Do I have an additional thing there? Yeah, didn't need that. That's better. Still not sure why that's... It thinks there's something up the top somewhere. Although, if I select it all and press delete, there's nothing there. There's definitely nothing there. Weird. We'll ignore that. Okay, so now we'll do the top bit. And again, the point of doing what we're doing here is we're making the exportable pieces. So each one of these is one layer that gets exported into Unreal. And that's where we start like building the ship within the engine. But we need to export it as it's like a solid block of geometry. Do the same here, so that, and that will need to be a component. And the same here, that. And that. Clear the tags off of those. Then tag those as deck 4 top. Something's got mixed up on this one. Oh, I see. It seems we've got the top bit of that caught up with the geometry underneath. Then what's that? So that's component 74. And that's also component 74. I think it just wasn't on the right group. So you, and you will need to be deck for top. I think we've got to the bottom of it. Some of these extra bits here that we don't need. Not sure why that's on its own. Oh, I see, they're not grouped up yet. Okay, we'll group those in a sec. Sure, these are all components. Right, now for the wall pieces. So get rid of those doors. So that, and that. Okay, so that's one group. And that. Everything here gets the second group. Okay, so that. clear the groupings of everything inside the component. Otherwise it gets confused. And each one of these needs its own grouping. So that's deck 3 frame walls, is it? Yes, 3. Right, and all 3 of those can get copied over. We got another group there. So what's that? Oh, I see. So I think that group there has a bunch of stuff in it that it shouldn't have. So like all of that, basically. Right, yeah, all the beams and things are still on that level when they shouldn't be. That's why it was showing something being up there when I couldn't find it. So if I just take those out of that level for now. Them there. So that shouldn't, right, so that's not showing anything above it anymore. So we don't need. Let's explode those. So then that bit and that bit. You need to go there. You need to be untagged. Right. That should make more sense now. Sort of. So you need to be on this layer. Right, now it makes sense. It's got everything it needs there. They're on the right size. It's not needed anymore. Those bits are fine. Okay, we've got the walls, we've got the edge bits, we've got the support bracing. Perfect. Hey, Oni. So right now we're basically sanity checking all of our groups and layers and making sure that everything is where it needs to be. So when we actually start exporting it into Unreal, we're not exporting like blocks with stuff in them which isn't needed. So again, like that's one block that we export as is. And again, when it comes to like the manufacturing yard, so when we when the construction yard creates a piece of the ship's geometry, this is what it's actually creating. So we've got the cavity all the way around the outside. You've got the cavity between the decks. You would have the sheet metal on top, actually. Let's just add that. So it'll be that, and that. So yeah, so the shipyard would be exporting this as one solid piece. And then obviously the next block from the next deck gets welded on top, and then the other blocks get welded fore and aft, and then this is your solid piece of ship. But in terms of the game engine, we split it up into layers more than that, so that we can turn off ceilings and things like this, so we can do like deck maps and stuff. It's more of a convenience thing on our part. funny thing, CSI, is that it be true. Make sure that the stuff that we haven't properly grouped up yet is untagged. To be honest, all of that can be untagged now. So there's the walls, so now we just need to do the top bit. So you and you and you. Okay, I think we will hide that, hide that, that. Just a bit there. Let's go on that one. Okay, so I think we're at the point now where everything is correctly layered. So we can go ahead and do some other bits of the ship. Tempted to slice up this bit next. Start getting some of those engineering spaces in. I suppose I better finish the walls on this one first. It should be easy enough to do. Yeah, it's mostly just a copy paste of these ones. That's the right distance away, which it is. Though we're not going to do door there, are we? Because it's, yeah, this is the bit where it goes around the corner. get rid of that doorway. Then we'll take a copy of that. Put that there. Move that over a bit. Another one there. Move that over a bit. And then just line that up with our template here. Lines up with that. One lines up with that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Then we'll just extend that out to the edge of the block, like so. I'll probably round that off, to be honest. Space depending. So now we don't need that bit anymore. So once we've done the actual external cavity on there, then we'll know exactly where the windows can go, which means that this wall can then be extended outward to the base of wherever the windows are. And then we'll have some seating around there where the windows go. It's going to be a bit fiddly though, and we can't really do that until we know the thickness of this. Hey guys. Ring sections, Oninani, what do you mean? Right, yeah, so where are we cutting this? That's the question. So I think definitely there. Then probably there. I like cutting it in such a way that the engine support pylon is like in the middle of the framework piece. That seems to be structurally the strongest way of doing it. And that cuts. Basically extends that bit back, and then the whole rest of the shuttle bay can just be a slightly bigger piece. Just kind of clearing space a little bit, so I'm only working with the bit I'm actually working on, if that makes sense. And on that note, to be honest, we need to chop this bit too. Okay. Yeah, so this block will have some of the support structure for the engine pylons, but not a huge amount, which means that this section will have all of it. And it's yeah, it's better to keep that self-contained. Okay, so now we need to cut this into its actual layers. So I think what I'll do is if I group that up, and then we explode all of that. Right, then we can chop it into layers then. Yes, Oni, the reactor room is going to be chopped, yeah, pretty much halfway along its length, but exactly halfway along its length. So you'll definitely be able to insert the reactor horizontally into the ship during mid-construction. Which would be a cool thing to do on the eventual ship construction video, and actually show like little support tugs actually inserting the reactor into the ship, which would be really cool. Firing arcs, good question. So this one is not going to be particularly well armed. This is more of a scout vessel, so it's quick, it's nimble, it's designed to get in and out without getting into a firefight. So it's going to have turrets here and here on the front. So you'll have pretty much 180 each side of the ship. Yeah, unless something's like right in front of it, you'll pretty much be able to hit anything with a 180 firing arc. Obviously, you're going to be restricted a little bit by the ring and where that is, but you should have a lot of visibility. It's only going to have either one gun either side, or maybe two top and two bottom. we'll see what space we've got. But yeah, it's a small ship and it's not particularly well armed. Yeah, sorry, the hull's in pieces right now. Should be all our layers for the 4 decks. Punched a few holes in it here and there, but we can patch them up. Where do you mean? Oh, do you mean here? Yeah, I'll chop all that off. Obviously, as we progress through this section and kind of finalize, you know, the actual structure within all the support stuff, all the framework, you know, then we'll clean off the edges, we'll slice off these bits and make it really nice and snug. Okay, so there we have our pieces. So the next thing to do is to start doing our support slices. I suppose I'll fix this bit while I'm here. Again, this geometry is obviously a bit messed up because we have run a fix algorithm on it after a subdivision. So it's tried to kind of make sense of the triangulation and remove it where it can, and then it's messed it up along here. So before I do the final skin, I will go through and fix all the weird nasty geometry that we've got. Just patch it for now. Holes everywhere. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kamsu. Very much appreciated. I suppose I'll move this over a bit, because I started kind of normalizing having like a double support down the middle of each one, so if I do that with this one, so it should be 180 there, 200 there, 200 there, sorry, 180 there, and then 80, 200, 180. Yeah, that works. And then, if we're in luck, we should. No, we're not. So we should be able to just snip those out. But no, look, it hasn't fully intersected. So what I will do is grab all of those, not all of those, group them up, make them a component, copy them over, and we should be able to see where we're missing bits. This one looks like it's fairly straightforward. Just connect up these bits here. There we go. One. Then we'll hide that while we work on the next one. For some reason, sometimes it just doesn't like doing the intersections. I'm using Unreal Engine. Been working with Unreal for 8 years now, so it's the engine I'm most familiar with. And I used to make Unreal tournament maps back in the day, so it's kind of something I grew up with, really. That and id Software's BSP tools. and we all know that technically correct is the best kind of correct. Yeah, it's a good engine, and for a small team, the advantages that it brings in workflow, you know, definitely outweigh, you know, some of the negatives. This is literally burning my retinas, it's so bright. Which one did I miss? Oh, look at that. How big is that gap? It's less than 1 millimeter. Hang on, let's use that. Or not. Let's not use that. Well, this is going to be a pain to find. Actually, if we the gap. A gap? No, it's not a gap. Right, but if we make a gap, then that should tell us where the problem is. Right there. Should join up now. Oh, it's really not liking this bit of geometry. Narrowing down where the issue is. It's somewhere here. Make that red so we can actually see what we're doing. Let's make that one a different colour. Right, so problem is gone. Okay. I don't think there's actually anything wrong with these edges, it's just for some reason just refusing to make an auto face on it. There we go. That's better. Thank you, Firstus. I shall make sure I feed Claire chocolate. I actually fed her with a Terry's chocolate orange the other day, so we are living up to our promises. I did feed you. I literally brought it round, unwrapped it, and handed it to you in pieces. I think that counts as feeding you, doesn't it? We don't mention that part. Only 2 left. Just going to capture all the bits that it doesn't quite like before I go drawing them all in. Should do it. Ooh, is it just that one little bit? Salt. Get all of those back. Doesn't seem like enough. Yep. Now we need to make the actual girders themselves. Again, each one is 50 centimeters, which is half a meter, and that's how thick the outer skin of the ship is. Oh, that's our ribbing. That all goes in there like that. Right, yeah, and then we need the cross sections. What's the best way of doing this? I guess we do it from here. Hoping I can do all of these with absolute minimal fuss. So if we grab that lot, paste them in here. Right, so they should have automatically intersected. Huzzah! It's definitely quicker than the first time we did it. Okay, so then we can now cut these into their layers. Group you. Did I miss one? Of course I missed one. That should be everything in its layers. It does look a bit Space Invader-y, doesn't it? You're right. Right, so you and you get grouped and turned into a component, and then you become 4 frame walls. And you deck 4 frame top. Deck 3 frame walls. 3 frame top. 2 frame walls. 2 frame, oops. 2 to frame top. 1 frame walls. Make sure these are all components. Okay. So all of that lot will then get copied across there. And there we have our next piece of the ship. So we turn off all these layers. Get us back down to basics there. Group all that lot up for now. Right, okay, so we're just going with standard walls through there, which means where we've got the beginnings of the engine pylon support geometry, we'll just fill all that in with framework. So we won't bother having a cavity or anything. We'll make it nice and strong because that's going to support the ring. So that's going to have a chop down the middle. So really all we're doing here should be already in the right place, which it is. Camera's stuck. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of curve to this because where we're intersecting the outer hull there, the outer hull is going to protrude in on the edge of the room slightly here. So this wall's going to have a bit of a curve accordingly So either I have the wall itself come in at a curve, or we just curve the floor. Depends which is the lesser of two evils, really. We'll see when it comes to it. But for now, I should just take that to there. It should be 1200, which it is. Yeah, so the actual cavity thickness of that wall would be that. But the outer one doesn't need to have that separation there, because I can just make that shaped to the hull. So that bit's fine. It's the interior one that's the bigger problem. But as with most things, it's not insurmountable. Okay, that's that bit, and then we just need to do the wall bit there. So we come out 5, we go down 250, come over an inch, go back up. Join it all up. That comes across to there. So obviously that lines up with that support bracing there. And once that's been, in fact, I'll do it right now while we're here. So obviously that would join up like that. So that gives you one continuous, that's not even a word, continuous support structure all the way across. And all these will be the same. They'll be horizontal, straight across there. They won't be this funny shape. And then the rest of this is pretty much open. So we'll have on this side, we'll have that come across there 20 centimeters, and that'll come out. I suppose it wouldn't come out, would it? Because we're doing it this way. That up. That should be exactly halfway either side of that. Poke that out for now, but that will just be one of the support brackets for the wall panel, and that entire end is going to be open because that's where all the tanks and things are going to go in for the reactor fuel and coolant. Just carry that across there just so we can see what we're doing. Yes, that would be the block there, and obviously the same on this side here. Yeah, so that gives us a a room layout somewhat like that. Although we need, yeah, because we've got a room running down the middle. So we need a couple of extra walls there. So we take that. Group it up. So that goes there. Goes there. So basically that's going to be the engineering control room as you go in, and then beyond that is going to be all the coolant and fuel tanks for the reactor, and then towards the back of that in the next block section, this is the main engineering stairwell that only engineering has access to, and that takes you up to the reactor and the stairwells for the nacelle pylons, which is what this is through here. So that sorts all that access out. So that means we don't need. Actually, how are we going to do that? So we don't need that. I think what I might do, perhaps have an offset door, because we need 3 tanks in here. We need the helium-3, the deuterium, and helium-4 for coolant. So we need 3 tanks and a way through. I think once I start modelling the tanks properly, I'll have a clearer idea of like where the doors and things can actually fit, because there's going to be a fairly narrow access path past them. But that said, we'll probably have room underneath here, because underneath the floor is where all the gas collection hardware is going to go. So I might drop those tanks down into it and have them sort of underslung underneath here. Maybe have a half deck underneath. Could be interesting. The bottom's completely flat, so it's easy to add to that. Okay, so for now we just have the one door coming in. This is SketchUp Pro. Yeah, it's interesting once you start building things at a human scale, just how much room certain things take up. Like just having a stairwell. I mean, stairwells take up room, and depending on the size of the ship, that can be a substantial percentage of that ship's volume. Like that one. Granted, this is more of a feature staircase because the steps are about 2 meters wide, so you could make that smaller, but still, these things do take up space. And that's one of the biggest challenges I've found with doing this, is making sure that everything is A, human scale, and B, includes everything that is needed for a vessel of this type. And the ship's already grown by a couple of segment blocks because we found that we didn't have enough room for everything we needed. So the size of the ship has been determined entirely by what needs to fit in it, and then how big those things need to be to maintain human scale. So the size of the ship really defines itself, which is an interesting part of the process. So that the ship is exactly as big as it needs to be, and no more. No more, no less. I think that's pretty much all the basics for that block. Obviously we'd have skin there, so we would do 50 centimeters worth of that. But that is not the complete picture, because that's messed up nicely. I think what I'll do for the interior skin is we've got our sub D model here. So I will probably go ahead and take this mesh, like select the whole thing, bring the whole thing in by the 50 that we need, and then re-subdivide that mesh instead of trying to extrude the face that we've got, because as you can see, it messes up otherwise. Like really quite badly. Like places like this. So you can't just extrude that face, because the 50 centimeters that we need, there isn't enough curve there to allow for that, so it all just messes up. But yeah, so this floor would actually come out flat. Probably all the way across, to be honest. Although I'll do it 6 to 5 for now. Although not even that, to be honest, because we've got that bit. Let's get rid of that bit, because that went horribly bad. Yeah, so we come up our cavity size, and we take that to there, come across to there, come across to there, and then we come back to there. Oops, I forgot that wasn't a group. Thicken that up to the 1-inch size that we need. Stick that out 5 there. And there. Right, so the floor is going to be fine for the most part. It's just this corner of the engineering control room that we'll have to do something about. And you can see here that we've got, like, if we make all of this square, it sticks out here. So we're going to have to just cut that so it's all nice and smooth. And probably put like some desks or something along this edge to take up the curve. So if we have like a built-in like a drinks dispenser and that sort of thing along one side, then that just takes up that curved space without it affecting the rest of the room. And then if we have the doorway in the middle, that will probably work even better. Yeah. Or, as a secondary or, we could actually have the chief engineer's office take up the bulk of this space, and actually have this side as a corridor down into engineering, so that you don't have to walk through the office to get to the engineering space. I think that actually probably works better, doesn't it? So we would have, in that instance, so this wall conforming to our grid would go to there. So that would be the chief engineer's office. And then this would be our route down into engineering. Wherever the midpoint is on there. Just there. So again, we've got a slight issue there with the curvature of the hull. But we can work around that. That's not the end of the world. It's only a slight intrusion. Doesn't help that I've made that 2 separate pieces, but yeah, I think I definitely prefer having the office be an isolated space and not having people traipse through the office to get to engineering. And then that doesn't need to be a door. That could just be like a secure access way. That could just be an office, and then we can even put some windows there as well. So we have windows scope on the engineer's office. That's true, actually. Yeah, we can have a window here as well, looking out into all the tanks and stuff. See, I really wanted the engineer's office to overlook engineering proper. Hang on, let's find where I hid it to. So that's the reactor there. Then we've got the fuel tanks underneath. So ideally, I wanted the engineer's office on the deck above so that the engineer can actually see the reactor through the window. But with the way the layout is working, it's just not feasible to have it that way, which is a shame, but it just doesn't work out that way. That's it, you can encourage them to do their job. This is SketchUp Pro that I'm using. So obviously I do the design work here and then export it all into Unreal to beautify it. Right, okay, so let's sort out the top bit now. So that's already grouped up. That's half the job done already. Okay, so if we do the sheet metal first, should be a simple enough job of just connecting that to that, and then finding the right bit, that to that. And of course it didn't connect up. What bit are we missing there? Let's try that again. So from there to there, that should be a straight line all the way across. And then from there, again, it should be a straight line all the way across there. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So that's our sheet metal bit on top. Take that out, pop that there, thicken it up, make it a component, delete that. Okay, and that is deck for sheet metal. And then we copy it down 37.5, actually no, it should be 47.5 to there, which means the cavity should be 50, which it is. And that just needs chopping then, so pop that on the same group as that lot. Actually, and again, if we then copy that over here, then we'll just take a copy of those faces, paste them on there, and we can intersect those. That, which means that should allow us to delete that. forgot it was a component, so of course I've just gone ahead and messed that one up. Rather than redo the bit I just did, I shall redo the top bit because that one's easier. One of them there, one of them there, that didn't work. Make sure we get the absolute edge. I said this one was easier and it's proving not to be. More like it. So if we get rid of this door, it won't actually be here anymore. I'm going to have to remove that from that layer and have that in there in isolation. Yeah, and I'll have to spin that round to join it up with itself. Going to mess with other bits of geometry, so if I just... Oh, that's already a component, that helps. So move that over there. I need another door frame somewhere over there. So it doesn't really matter where along this wall that door goes, but I think for the sake of alignment, we'll just align it with that one for now. And then we'll figure this bit out when we actually make the corridor. Yes, Christopher. It definitely will. So when we actually build out this corridor properly, we'll have to sort of rectify that and figure out what needs to give where in order for that to not intersect in a horrible way. Either we make the corridor narrower, or we eat into some of that support framework. We'll figure it out either way. Yeah, so this is the first half of the fuel and coolant room, and then we have our chief engineer's office behind that wall in there, which, you know, if that office space is too big, because that could also be a solution here, in that we can move the corridor over slightly to resolve the intersection here and just have a slightly smaller office, because I have a feeling that's probably going to be quite a large space. Let's stick Bryce in there. Yeah, that's huge. So that is bigger than it needs to be for an office space, so this corridor can just shunt over a little bit, and that solves that problem. Nice and simple. Why don't we do that? So if we move that over by, say, 1 meter. That can move over there. There. Yeah, that's definitely the more sensible way of fixing it. So it only actually needs to come to there. Because the outer edge doesn't need to be the full corridor height, so that can just conform to the the curve of the hull. It's only the inside edge that needs to be the full width, and we can, for the sake of a few millimeters, we can just soften that off a little bit. See, that's only 1 inch there. How wide is that? So that's edge to edge, that's 440. So 440, that's the original edge there. It should line up with that, which it does very nicely. So that's the original edge. So if we move that over by, again, 100. 440 takes us to there. The corridor would be that wide. Yeah, this ship does have excessively wide corridors, so they're mismeasured that somewhere. Yeah, they're 3.6 meters wide, which is pretty wide for a corridor. So that gives us less than an inch of curve penetration. So I think that'll do us. And we can also make this particular access corridor smaller because it's not one of the main crew thoroughfares, so it doesn't need to be the full corridor width. And then we need to move that over there. Yeah, that works. I'll try and move that to the right as much as I can once we start like properly doing this outer hull section here. There's probably another 6 to 8 inches worth of fudging room. Okay, so that's that deck. I won't do the support pylons yet because that's going to require some more complicated cuttery. So let's go ahead and do, so we've done that, we've done that. So that one now. Yeah, I think there's going to be a number of cases on this ship where we have to go asymmetric with it. I do like including symmetry for the sake of including symmetry. But yeah, it's not always going to work. Lost a deck somewhere. Found it. Don't know where it went, but it's there. Make sure I don't lose some of those pieces that I've already done. Right, so you, and you. So deck 1 frame walls, which we will turn off. And then that. 1 frame walls. Try to get rid of those ones for a moment. Back on track. So for this one then we're going to need crew quarters there. For that we can just copy some previous ones. So if we go down to there. So copy those back to there. We'll have to mirror them up a bit so then they can go up to the deck above. Oh, actually, no, they don't. They can stay there. Of course, because yeah, because these are the 2 crew quarters on this deck, and then that's the corridor to engineering, so the shuttle bay. So that's what we need to build next. So that needs to go to there-ish. To go there-ish. and on the back wall of that, that's the lower section of the reactor room, which is going to be on here. So they need to extend over. May as well use this one. So fuel and coolant, reactor goes there. We've got 2 crew quarters here, which need a wall between them. In the middle. Okay, and then we need its wall here, so 250, 2.5, 250. Okay, that's pretty much what we want with that. Which means we don't need that or that. Them in a sec. Yeah, you're right, Oninani. It's as far as quarters go, being right next to the reactor is not ideal, but yeah, we'll have those as engineers' quarters. They hang around the reactor all day anyway. Could do, AJ, yes. Yeah, it's the the healthy glow of SketchUp. What's going on there? Nothing's going on there. Right, so that will be the bulkhead that goes there, and another one here. I'm trying to include bulkheads wherever we have a framework block, so the transition from one block to the next should also be marked with a bulkhead. And we will fill this wall with shielding. It's not an engine yet, Inker, but we're getting there. So the prerequisite to putting it in engine is to get to all these blocks to the point where they are self-contained and exportable. So as you can see from this piece here, it's pretty much self-contained. It's missing a lot of the support brackets and stuff, but we've still got to do a bit of work on the outside section here. So these all need thickening up into actual geometry, and the internal skin needs to be thickened up and duplicated so that it forms a proper shell around the ship. And then it will be ready to export. But I think that's practically everything there on that one. Again, this is the maintenance access around the outside, so that will continue along here as expected. Right, so then we have the top. It's going to need the ceiling section in there, some of which we'll have to cut out for that. To be honest, we can probably just borrow that one. It should be 2 segments wide. Yeah, it's fine. We'll take that one. That is a fair point, actually. So these actually need to stop there, so we don't want that bit. That's part of our maintenance access, so we don't want to block that off. So we will have to go across there. There, back to there. Same with that one as well. that makes more sense now. That's better. I don't think there's anything special about these bits here, so move them all that way by 1.25. Then we'll extrude all of them by 2.5. And they should be exactly where they need to be. Take a copy of those. Put that there. Move them that way by 1200. Just make them line up exactly. And again, we'll line that up to there. That up to there. Onto there. I wonder how in the middle that is. Oh, absolutely exact. What are the chances? So with the like the support structure that has the rigidity of the ship, I'm trying to like vertically align all of the support beams. Again, because we're generating gravity and gravity is vertical, we need that vertical support. Also needs to go there and there. Oops. And then we step down as we get into the narrow section. Okay. That bit, that bit, which now should be over here. Oh, of course, yeah. So I need to cut that out, don't I? Durr. Yeah, so with this being the reactor room, of course we need to take into account the fact that it's double floored. So that needs to come out 5, centimeters there, which should be equal to that, which it is. We'll go that way. Up to there. That should remain 5. That should be 5 to there, but it's not, so something's not quite lined up. I shall worry about that afterwards. So that needs to go back to there. That needs to go back there. Goes to there. And to there. And we should be able to just delete that. Make sure I've got no reversed faces. Oh yeah, so these ones are reversed. That one, that one just need swapping around. Right, that's better. So that's the the lower floor of the reactor room. And then we need the sheet metal on top to also have the same hole in it. I'll just make sure that we can fit this in then. So basically we need to do what we did before, where we take that, copy that over there. We specifically want this bit. So now we've got our cavity in the top as well. So the reactor basically gets mounted there. So we'll build in like reactor support brackets and mounts and things at some point. I have Archer, yes. We've only got 15 minutes left on the stream, so I shall hop an engine in a sec and show you. What's this? This is deck 3 sheet. Copy that over to the main ship. Perfect. So I guess we can delete that now. I just realised actually I didn't need to take this all the way across, did I? Because again, that's our maintenance access. Yeah, so that bit and that bit can go. So we don't want to lose our maintenance access through there. Okay. So we had another couple of crew quarters on this deck. Yes, and then the upper section of engineering and other bits. So I think what I'll do is if we copy all of that, copy that up. And some of it's relevant. Join them together for some reason. Right, and then this bit needs to come all the way to, well, basically there. Come on. That one needs to come across to there. We don't need a door. So that's the engineering-y bit that comes out to there. So right, so this is the squeezy bit. Yeah, I did consider that, Christopher. But we're going to have no doors here for one, and I'm thinking there's going to be an engineering room here. Easier to see on this side. So you've got this engineering space here and here, and we could have an engineering access hatch on here and here. So rather than just being wasted space to get into the quarters, that could be another way into engineering from deck 2. 2? Yeah, 2. So that gives us a way in on every single deck, which I think is useful to have. So deck 2's access would be there. Deck 3's access is via the shuttle bay, and then deck 4 is like the main door into engineering anyway. So there is a point to it. That of course needs to go to the technically there. Same on this side. Yeah, and then these bits are slightly awkward because we're having to go out to there. I guess to there. Ah, yes, it can't have been that far. Right, so it was to there then, because this is the tight bit as you walk down this passageway here. So that's this bit we're doing where we've got the tanks underneath. So that floor needs to extend out to this edge here, which is that's what that marker was there for. So needs to go as far as this. That's the discrepancy that we need to fix. So that one's wrong, this one's right. So we have that go to there for now. How far out was that? So that's 395. So same here. 395. No, 395. 395. Then we line it up to the one that makes sense. Sorry, just catching up with the chat. Okay, so let's check this out in engine then. So we are, I'd say we're about halfway done now with the framework. Maybe a little over halfway done, which is nice. We're getting on with it quite quickly. So we should have lots to roam around and explore soon. But in engine, so we just fire that up. Just leave that loading for a minute. Right, then here, so we need... Just square these off a minute. Okay, so that would be the cavity there. So it should be 40, which it is. Which means that comes out an additional 5. And we'll make this one a component so that we're able to do it nice and quick. Again, an additional 5. Flip that one round. That goes up to about there. That will go up to about there. This will go down all the way to the bottom once we've got like the proper skin in on everything. Skin in on it and everything. Right, so that's our cavity under there for the RCS, fuel and coolant tanks. And then we've got our maintenance access around the outside. So that should line up with that. Okay, and then that's going to have to come in a bit on this side. Yeah, so where we've got this protruding through here, that's where this room's going to have to curve. But I'll deal with that once I start drawing the flooring for here. So that wall's going to have to be a curved profile as it goes round, otherwise it's going to not leave enough room for the maintenance access. Is that? Oh right, that's that. Don't even know what that is actually. Oh, that's that. Did I not make that a component? I guess I must not have. Oh, why it's in the way. It's more like it. Right, so there's the McGillan. Turn the light on so we can see. And then the Caravella, size-wise, just go find that. This is an older version of it before we did a lot of the work we're currently doing. But as you can see, scale-wise, it's not a lot bigger than one of the McGillan's engines, so it's a very, very small ship in the grand scheme of things. And as we have demonstrated in the past, it can indeed fly through the McGillan's ring. It might not always be able to, but at the moment it can. Unless I decide to make its ring slightly wider. Yeah. So it's a really, really small ship in the grand scheme of things. It's not very big at all. Which is where we're having so much of a challenge trying to fit in everything that we're fitting in. Because we're trying to fit it on like the smallest ship possible. Which is, you know, a logistical challenge at best. Do you mean McGillan, Archer? The Caravella is Italian. Yeah, I think once it's all properly up together and it's got all its hull plating on and all the rest of it, because this is before we extended the belly and everything, so it's still not quite an awkward looking shape. We've refined it a lot since then. Yeah, Caravella is the Italian word for caravel, and the whole point of the Caravella is that it's, you know, the equivalent of a caravel. It is a fast, nimble spy ship, basically. So yeah, there they are next to each other. It is tiny, tiny. So once we've done all the internals, we can properly put it in engine, and then we can start doing the wall panels, which is the fun bit. Okay, so that takes us up to 4 hours. So I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall see you on Wednesday for our next stream. Again, I'll leave it up to you guys to what we actually do on Wednesday. So have a think about whether you want me to do more of the Caravella or more of patch 226. But we shall see on Wednesday. Right, have a great week ahead, and I shall see you on the next one. Bye!